All right, we're live. Good morning. Call the meeting to order for February 24th, 2025. We're going to start off with open microphone, and I've got one person registered, Mr. Blaine Fuller. Come on up.
Good morning, Your Worship. Council, thank you guys.
Morning, Blaine.
I appreciate having the opportunity to come and chat with you folks for a couple minutes. Unfortunately, I come with you hat in hand and heavy heart. Wetaskiwin Minor Football Club has officially folded for this year, and probably permanently. Our board of directors are done due to unfortunate circumstances, toxic people, inexperienced leadership, that sort of thing. We've found ourselves in a bit of a bind. Now, the thing is with minor football, of course, is it's made up of parent volunteers, and since there's no program, all the volunteers have since gone to other communities, so we don't have really a board of directors or anything really in place right now. So it's been left to me to kind of clean up the mess, unfortunately. I don't know for sure what we're going to do with the hog barn and all the equipment and stuff. We might mothball it for a year or two, see if there's some momentum. But there are some bills to be paid, and one of them is to the city. We do have, I don't know the exact amount, please forgive me for that, but it's right around $1,300 or $1,400 in field tax. Basically, the city charges us $25 a kid, and the board of directors from last year has kind of left that outstanding. So I wanted to come to city council because I certainly don't want to burn any bridges, right? You know how it goes. We're looking for a little bit of help with that. Maybe if we could be forgiven those fees for this year, gives us an opportunity to kind of put things together. Unfortunately, fundraising isn't really, fundraising isn't a problem for me. I could raise those funds, but to go to the community and ask for people to help support a program that isn't going to be valuable for the next couple of years, it's really difficult. So here I am. What can I say? Kind of give you the long and short of it. If you guys could help us out, the city could help us out, that would be fantastic. I completely understand if not, because I do know that with agreements and those type of things, unfortunately, it may take us a while to pay that bill just because, well, like I said, we've been left with a little bit of a situation on our hands. I've been left with a little bit of a situation on my hands. So this is where I'm asking the city to kind of support the programs. It's kind of a shame after 20 years of successful, and high quality athletes to have it, but it's kind of a sign of the times too. Parents are not as involved as they used to be, and we certainly don't have any football people to build a program around. We don't have any coaches, we don't have any parents, we don't have any volunteers. Not sure what happened all of a sudden, but toxic people, toxic things happen, and then everybody leaves. I'm of course, being part of the program for many, many years, I'm very disappointed that this is where we sit now. However, that's the situation that we have at hand. There we go. I won't go on anymore.
Blaine, are these fees from last year, like 2024 season, or the fees for this year coming
2024 season. We haven't started this season yet. We tried real hard. I got about $500 of my own money invested into the program right now, so we're kind of, we figure we maybe sell off some of our equipment and that different type of stuff. Maybe we'll be able to get enough money to kind of cover bills and stuff. But yeah, that's where we're at.
Appreciate it. Anything else? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Blaine. And I guess this is through to the city manager. Would our grant program cover a program that is no longer in existence?
Well, we're still in existence. Have completely wrapped up.
Yeah, I'm just asking Sue. Maybe if
Okay.
If it's for last year and it's not going forward, that's all. Don't break anything. It
was too tight. Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, I believe they can apply for the grant program, so long as they're still a nonprofit.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good. Thank you for your time, Blaine.
All right. Thank you guys very much. And of course, we've always appreciated the support that the city's provided in all these many years. So thank you guys again.
Thanks, Blaine.
Wonderful.
Thanks for letting us know, Blaine.
Yeah. And again, thanks, Council, Your Worship, for all your hard work and stuff you do for the city. All right, guys, thank you.
All right, looking for approval of the agenda. Any additions or deletions? Councillor Nielsen? Councillor Nielsen, go ahead. You're muted, though.
Sorry, I have one item for closed session, and I have one item which I'll bring up at new business. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to add the closed session one. Can you let us know what it's about or what section it falls under, please?
It falls under section 2.
I don't think so.
Councillor
No.
Nielsen, the FOIP starts at 17,
Oh, I'm sorry, then I don't have the right number.
16, sorry, 16.
I'd have to do my homework.
Okay, and I'd like to add Wetaskiwin Minor Football to new business, which would be 15A. Councillor Nielsen, your hand's still up. Did you have something else?
No, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to find the right numbers for the FOIP.
Okay. We'll add it as a freedom of information.
Request?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so for the first closed session item added to the agenda, those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. And 15A, Wetaskiwin Minor Football, those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you.
I will move that we accept the agenda as amended.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried
Aye.
unanimously. Thank you. Item 4.1, regular meeting minutes of February 10th, 2025.
I move that City Council adopts the regular council meeting minutes for February 10th, 2025 as presented.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any errors or omissions? Oof, can't speak this morning. Errors or omissions? Seeing none. Those in favor? Carried.
There you go. Aye.
Item 5.1, business arising from the minutes, council action task summary as of February 10th, 2025. Sue, do you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Administration did go through after the last time this was presented and did clean up all of the outstanding items that had been closed, just making sure that council's seen them. There's also a number of them in this presentation that will drop off after you've seen it this time, so we're getting very close to having them within a manageable number. I'd be happy to answer any questions about any of them.
I would move that council accept the council action task summary report as of February the 10th as information. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I haven't got my new glasses yet, and I'm still not able to see completely correctly.
That's all right.
But you look really good. Thank you.
That is fact, you cannot see correctly. Those in favor? Carried. All right, moving to Committee of the Whole. 9.1, 2024 audited planning procedures. We're going to move, is that the one we're moving for 11 o'clock?
No, that's the auditor.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Do we want that after the auditor?
No,
Okay.
it's fine. Can I go?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Well, we need to lift it from the table.
No, this one was only ever in Cal before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the procedures for council and committee meetings bylaw has been reviewed a couple of times with council. The last time there were 9 requested changes. Well, there were 10, but I forgot one. Councillor Nielsen picked up on that. So the 9 changes are noted in the report. The biggest change that we have is the electronic meetings as requested. And then the one thing I did forget was around communications, and Councillor Nielsen did send in some amendments that he had for us last week in section 35. Other than that, all of the requests that council had have been added back in, and I'd be happy to take any questions. We do plan to bring this back to the next council meeting for final approval.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that City Council accepts this report as information.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Councillor Nielsen. You're muted if you're speaking.
Sorry, thank you. Through the chair to Sue. Sue, how do you want to bring these amendments forward?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I've already given them to Ledge, so we could pull them up on the screen and you could just make the amendments to the bylaw and have council discuss those if you'd like.
Sure, that would be fine. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. So for clarification through the chair, we can't, because this is in Cal, we can't make any amendments. Is that correct?
You can make an amendment, so for an amendment to move forward, council can move that forward. If there is no appetite from council to be able to move that forward once we pass that bylaw,
So we can still,
we can let them know, give them direction on what council's thoughts are.
yep.
Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. So I'm under 35, public communication to council. And item 35.3, I would like to strike all of 35.3 and replace it with what I submitted to administration last week, which reads, the city manager will forward all communication intended for council to council with an opinion whether the communication is within the governance authority of council. And if I could speak to that, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's really important for our community and our residents to know that if they want to be in communication with council through a written document or an email, all those documents go through the CAO's office, and with the existing bylaw, it would suggest that she would determine whether we see those communications or not. And I'm believing that in terms of being transparent to our community and meeting community expectations, that when they send that communication to us, that we actually do receive it. And if this one passes, then I would have 2 other subsequent ones that would reflect how the communication then proceeds from there.
And just for council's sake, we'll be, if you're okay with this now moving forward, once it comes back to council for final approval, amendments can still be made at that time.
Okay, so are you saying, for clarity, that this is simply an amendment that administration will take back and put into the document, or what?
Correct, yep, because we're in
Okay.
committee of the whole right now, we can have administration bring this back. When it comes back for final approval, council would still have the opportunity to make amendments before that bylaw is approved. So I'm saying by supporting this now, all we're doing is seeing it come back for final approval.
Okay, thank you, understood.
Sue?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Nielsen, are you wanting in 35.3 to remove items A and B as well? Like, and just
I'm sorry?
in section 35.3,
Yeah.
are you removing A and B as well?
I can't see that on my screen right now, Sue, so if you would share that with me, or not share the screen, but just read those A and B for me.
Yeah, so A says, if it relates to an item already on the agenda, deliver a copy of the communication or summary of it to councillors prior to the meeting or at the meeting,
No.
which, so keep
No,
that?
I would strike, I would strike everything.
Okay.
Because I would incorporate that wording in the subsequent amendments.
Perfect.
Councillor Billingsley?
I guess my question would be to administration through the chair. Do you feel that this is, can you think of a time that we have not received information that has been passed on?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I'm thinking most recently the Peace Hills utilities letters. So yeah, we did make the decision that it should go to the board, and that's the route that we took.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm simply indicating that I think when the public tries to reach us through communication, that they know that we have received it. Now, whether it's in our jurisdiction or not would be covered under 35.4 and 35.6, which I'll speak to because I concur with a lot of what's currently in the document. But I think it's imperative that we as council, when a letter or communication comes to council, that we receive it.
Go ahead, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Nielsen, so would this also include anything that comes to an individual councillor be shared with all of council and the CAO?
Not at all. I believe that if someone sends a letter to mayor and council, that it should not be vetted in another office. It should come directly to mayor and council. I believe also if there's a letter from the public that comes to Councillor Bill Elliott should get that letter and make a determination what he wants to do with it. It's not information for council.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything further? To the amendment, those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, go ahead with the next one.
Thank you. I would like to strike the entirety of 35.4 and replace it with, if council determines the communication is within their governance authority, they shall, 1, direct administration to acquire all the information necessary for the matter to be included in a future council agenda for consideration by council, or 2, direct administration to respond to the original correspondence with their majority position on the matter. And if I could speak to that, Mr. Mayor?
You bet.
So the point being that the communication would come through the CAO's office. It would be deposited to council with her opinion as to whether it's governance or administration. And this motion simply says, if council determines it's within their authority, items 1 and 2 determine how we act upon it. So we either ask for more information for a council meeting, or if it doesn't need to come to a council meeting, we could, through a majority decision of council, direct administration to be back in communication with the corresponding person with council's position on the matter.
Go ahead.
If you're
I'm
waiting,
I'm watching Dean, he's still reading, so.
I'm just wondering, Mr. Mayor, this says information necessary to bring back to a council meeting. What about legal opinions? Where would they fit in this, Councillor Nielsen?
To me, that would be us requesting, perhaps, or even the city manager indicating they would think that a legal opinion is important as part of bringing it back to a council meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good, okay. Okay, to the amendment, those in favor?
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
And lastly, Mr. Mayor, if you'll indulge me, I'd like to strike the entirety of 35.6 and replace it with, if council determines the correspondence is not within their governance, they will defer the communication back to administration to respond to the person sending the communication and advise them of the process to be followed and any action taken on the subject of the communication. And that is a lot of the same language that was used in previous motions. So it's simply saying if it's not in our sandbox, we will give it back to administration and they would act on it as they normally would.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. To Councillor Nielsen through the chair, how do you see that, the logistics of that? How do we as a council determine to be able to give that information back to the CEO? Is it a majority of council, and then if that's the case, is it a motion of council? Like, I'm just trying to understand how that procedure would work.
For directing administration, it would have to be a motion of council.
Right. Is that your intent?
It would be my intent. However, the process is that council would direct administration. We'd be saying the communication that has come to us is not within our jurisdiction, and we're giving it back to you to act upon.
See, this is where I struggle a little bit. If we get an email that we determine, or how do we determine that, is it a majority, is it a straw? Like, how do we determine whether or not it's our sandbox?
We have that conversation, and I think, again, it comes back to council, and it needs to be a motion of council. Otherwise, we're going to get into the position where we're directing council through email, or directing administration through an email.
And that's sort of where I'm concerned about this.
Yeah. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just again to clarify, so if I get a note or an email suggesting that somebody's street hasn't been cleaned, I share that with council and administration, and then the CAO would answer that because that's not in our jurisdiction. Is that what this is saying?
Not necessarily. I think something like that is easy enough to defer to the policy, and if it hasn't, then it becomes a complaint, and we've got avenues for that to happen.
Okay. Thank you.
Again, this is just happening for this committee of the whole.
Yeah,
Bringing it back, we still have the opportunity to make amendments if we're not comfortable with it as the bylaw passes.
Thank you.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you.
And if I may, what we've just changed on 35.6, there is a 35.5 that if these pass would potentially be redundant. And so I don't know whether to make an amendment to the numbering system at this point or wait till it comes back to us, Mr. Mayor.
Wait till it comes back.
Fine, thank you very much.
That had you covered?
No, yes, it has to be covered in terms of amendments, but I do have a question, if I may, through the chair to administration under, no, I'm gonna step back. I withdraw that. Thank you.
Okay, 9.3, 2024 Public Works Annual Report. Welcome, Mr. Seawright.
Mr. Mayor, we need to vote that they accept as information.
Sorry. Who made that motion?
Councillor Billingsley.
Perfect. Those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you.
Morning, Council. I'm here today to provide you with the 2024 Public Works Annual Report. The report has been developed to highlight some of the work activities completed by the department in 2024. It's a high-level summary of work completed and associated costs, as well as an update on current and future direction of the department. Some of the highlights of the report include urban forestry, parks, road maintenance, storm maintenance, and waste management. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Looking for a motion? Go ahead, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that City Council accepts the 2024 Public Works Annual Report as information.
Go ahead.
Follow up. First of all, Sean, through the chair, thank you for this report. It's good to see the hard work of your department and the hard work of the city employees, so I thank you. On page 6, SW2 CB maintenance. What is CB?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, at Catch Basin.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I sent a few questions in, and thank you, Sean, for this report. One was related to urban parks, and I was just wondering if there are any thoughts to adding solar lighting to By the Lake Park as a safety measure. This was brought a long time ago with Walkable Wetaskiwin, and I just wonder if there's any thought to that in the future.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, yeah, there's a study I believe engineering is working on to see the impacts on migratory birds, and then from there they'll proceed with some approach to the solar lighting. But,
Okay.
Public Works hasn't really been involved from that aspect yet.
Okay, thank you. Under urban forestry, do we have an aesthetic tree pruning plan just in order to make things look better with branches that are falling down and trees that are looking Charlie Brownish and those kinds of things?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, so that kind of thing gets picked up in our regular maintenance pruning, and I believe it was last year I talked about the fact that we're behind on our maintenance pruning, so that's kind of why we're seeing this state of the trees as the way they are. So to answer your question, yes and no, we don't actively seek out pruning for aesthetic reasons, we're doing it for structural and maintenance reasons.
Okay,
But it would affect the look of the tree as well, so.
okay, thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
I only have 14 more.
Okay, perfect.
Under road maintenance, I just wonder if there's any contingency plans for street cleaning or sweeping machines breaking down in the future.
Through the chair, no, there's no contingency right now.
So if a snow blower breaks down in 2025, the winter of next winter, we're just going to sit around and wait like we did this year?
Through the chair, so Fleet could probably speak to that a little better than I could, but we will have 2 functioning blowers again, so that hopefully that scenario doesn't happen again.
Okay, I just wondered about a contingency plan, that was all.
Other than having the 2 blowers, no, there's no
Okay.
additional plan.
Under waste management, will we have, in the 2025 master plan, will we include glass recycling?
Through the chair, so we do not include it in the master plan, and the reason for that is that there's no receiving facility for glass right now in the local area, or even within a couple hours from here.
And when the county gets their planned facility, will they accept glass, do you know?
I'm not sure, no, I don't know.
And how will that affect if that plant comes into being, how will that affect our recycling program?
I can't really speak to that. I'm not sure the full details on that plant. Presumably, if they're accepting everything, we would have some agreement that we would take our products there.
Okay. I think I'm just about done, Mr. Mayor. That's all I have. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate your answers. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Sean. Thank you very much for the report. First off, following up on Councillor Elliott's comment, where is the nearest glass receiving center?
Through the chair, I'm not sure. The supervisor of environmental services has been trying to get in touch with other municipalities, see what they're doing with their recycling or their glass recycling, and right now a lot of it's just going to landfills. So I believe it's BC is the closest one.
It is. You can follow up with Sylvan Lake.
Sylvan Lake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. And I guess along the lines of Mayor Gandam is can we get in the future the nearest glass receiving area so we have an idea what we're looking at? And yeah.
Yep, I can provide that to you.
Thank you. And I'm forgive me, I'm reading from the executive summary and then your concluding statements, and I'm trying to understand whether I'm reading it correctly or not understanding it correctly. In your executive summary, you've indicated you've implemented a paper-based work order management system where the work orders get captured and tracked through an in-house database management system, which allows for tracking, searching, planning, and reporting. And then in the conclusion, you've indicated that the introduction of a digital platform would enhance the data collection and improve efficiencies, transitioning away from reactionary work model. So in the first executive summary, you talked about the in-house database system being used for planning. And then in your concluding statement, you talk about moving to a digital platform. So we'd be moving away from reactionary work model. Can you help me understand those two statements? Are they conflicting, or are they the same, or what?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. So the intent, sorry, the paperwork order process isn't capturing and isn't providing any kind of pre-planning opportunity to our staff. So there's no way for myself or a supervisor to go in and assign work through that method. And that's kind of what I touched, what I was meaning by a digital platform would kind of allow that stuff to make it a little more efficient. At the same time, although we do have a database, it's really just capturing what's been written on the paper form. And we can run some analysis on it, but a full-blown maintenance management system would allow a better reporting and analyzing of the data.
Thank you. So does that mean you would like to plan to move in the direction of a digital platform program? And if so, do you know anything about the relative costs of moving in that direction?
Through the chair, yes, ideally, that's where I would like to go. As for cost, it varies depending on the product, and IT would have to be heavily involved in something like that, as well as some of the other departments in the organization.
So is it fair to say that we might be seeing this come forward in the next budget?
This has been in the budget for several years as part of the CityWorks project. That's kind of just been carried over from year to year. So I don't know, maybe Sue can talk to that more than me, but I would like to see it as soon as possible, and hopefully we can move towards that soon.
Oh, okay. So then through administration or through the chair to Sue, so CityWorks, this would be part of the whole CityWorks software packaging?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, it could be. The last report that we did on CityWorks noted that administration was looking at other software packages to see if it met all of the city's needs. So we should have an update for council shortly on that whole project.
Great, thank you. And Sean, just two other things, if I may. under costs for recycling center maintenance, $52,000 for equipment costs and $33,000 for labor. Can you give me a bit of a synopsis of what $52,000 in equipment costs refers to and the labor costs?
Yep, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. So that would cover usage of the roll-off truck to transport materials to the recycling facilities, include any labor that we're having staff there to clean up the site. Yeah, basically that's it. A lot of overtime charges are happening for weekend cleanups and after-hours cleanups right now.
Right. So would that $52,000 be any different than cost-wise than what we've seen in previous years when we had a full-time staff there? You're still rolling off those bins and so forth, right?
Right. Yeah.
So,
I'm not sure what the costs were when it was manned, so I can't really speak to that.
okay. And then the labor costs of $33,000, would you know the differential, or perhaps Sue do it, the differential between what we're paying in overtime for cleanups versus having full-time staff there? And I'm not looking for exact numbers, I'm looking for ballpark kinds of stuff.
Through the chair, I don't have that information in front of me, but I can get it for you.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you, Sean. And lastly, and we talked about it last meeting, residential plowing, sanding, and chipping. And I think the total cost came to about $10,000. And given what we spend each year, I think it's a reflection of the fact that some of the concerns by the residents that they're not getting their residential streets done would be reflected in the amount of money we're putting into plowing, sanding, and chipping in residential areas. And I would hope that we, meaning council and yourselves, will have a look at that to make sure that our residents are being served as well on their residential streets. It's just a commentary rather than a question. Thank you, Sean.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. To Sean, a question is, I've been looking over your labor costs of a lot of our road maintenance. It seems that the labor costs fluctuate. If you have snow clearing, doing gravel, an operator seems to be getting different rates. If you take the labor cost versus the hour, it's not the same. So by looking at this, I see it very hardly that if you have an operator who's driving a truck then goes to a grader or a sweeper, is he getting paid the same amount of money hourly, or does it fluctuate? Because if you divide that by the hours, you don't get the same rate for an operator. And I find that very disturbing that even with labor costs for sweeping or other stuff, that they don't match. So when they shift a sanding truck to a dump truck hauling snow, why is the operator fluctuating in price?
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco, we have several levels of operators and they're all paid at separate levels. So, but they can do different tasks within the department. So that may explain it.
But a grader operator and a dump truck operator are not the same?
No, we have operator 1, 2, and 3. They make different amounts, and if there's an operator 2 running a grader, he would not make the same amount of money as an operator 3 running a grader. He or she, sorry.
Okay, my other question is, when you come down to snow hauling, you don't have contractors on there, the cost of the contractor. All we see is the cost of snow removal. Now, if I'm a taxpayer and I say, wow, $115,000, or sorry, 200, whatever, why not have the cost of what it costs to haul the snow away when we hire independents?
Through the chair, so in paragraph 1 under road maintenance and snow and ice control, it says the material cost and contracted services costs associated with these activities are approximately $250,000 based on 2024 actuals. So while we don't strictly identify the snow hauling, it is included in contracted services.
Thank you.
that it, Councillor Bronco? Okay,
Yes, it is.
thanks. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sean, I was just wondering, what temperature does it have to be before we can start doing pothole filling and things?
Through the chair, so number one, the snow has to melt off the roadway so we can see the potholes, and then there is no set temperature. We're out doing some right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sean, maybe following up a little bit on Councillor Bronco's comments, but maybe it's not, I don't know. Anyway, the question is, how often do we set prices for contract work? So for example, how often are we doing it yearly in terms of the rates we pay for independent contractors to come in and haul snow?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. So this year we did change the rates. Prior to that, I'm not sure when it was changed. It had been steady since I'd been here, but we try to meet the Alberta Good Roads Association rates as best we can. This year is still a little lower than the 2024 costs, but that's where we derive our prices from.
So we're paying our snow removal contractors less than we paid last year?
Nope, they had a significant increase this year.
And why are we following whatever guidelines it is? Why do we settle on that one?
That's an industry standard.
So would you say that if we weren't doing that, we wouldn't have locals bidding to do work?
No, I'm not saying that. At the beginning of this year in 2024, they started at last year's rate, and in 2025 we upped them to the new rate. So they were still coming, but we had some difficulty getting some of them back.
And could you give me an idea about what last year's rates were for the contracted snow haulers?
They were $90 an hour.
And the revised rates this year would be what?
I don't have it exactly, but I believe it's somewhere around $121 or $131 an hour.
So effectively over a 30% increase then?
Correct.
Wow, okay. And do we have other contracted services that we hire out besides snow removal in terms of this kind of cost change?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, no, not exactly like this, where we're setting it based on another association's costs. No.
And then my last question, Sean. So an increase of 30% in snow hauling, was that built into this year's budget?
Through the chair, no, I suppose it wasn't, but it's something that we can cover under the contracted services budgeted amount, I believe.
Thank you.
And any further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
9.4 Municipal Policing Committee Bylaw.
Good morning, Council. The Government of Alberta introduced a new police governance regulation 174/2024 with the Police Act that calls for the establishment of a municipal or regional policing committee. The municipal police committees will work with the municipal councils to set policing priorities for the community, report on the priorities, and create safety plans with the local RCMP. This report brings forward a bylaw talking about one of the two options. While there are two options being presented to each municipality, regional or standalone, this attached bylaw considers a standalone board at this time. We have Matthew here. Manager of Enforcement Services, and myself to answer any questions you might have on the Policing Committee bylaw.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that council accept, excuse me, I move that council receive the Municipal Policing Committee bylaw as information.
Moved by Councillor Elliott.
And I have a follow-up.
Sure.
I just, and I put this in my email that I sent, but I think it needs to be clearly stated that you have to be a citizen of Wetaskiwin. And I don't know if it's, I didn't see it clearly indicated there, but you have to be a citizen of the city, do you not, to be on the Municipal Police Commission?
Through the chair to council, that's actually included in the draft bylaw.
4D.
It's, pardon?
What is it here?
Yeah.
4.46D. Be a Canadian citizen or landed immigrant and a resident of the city of Wetaskiwin for at least 6 months.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And then you no longer are on the committee if you move out of the city.
Okay, thank
Anything else, Councillor Elliott? No? Okay. No, that's okay. Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we are making application to be a standalone policing commissioner panel, or whatever the terminology is. Can that application be turned down and we be directed and mandated into a
Regional.
multi-regional, thank you, a regional panel?
Chair through the council, yes, we can until we hit a population of 15,000 people.
And so in making the application, how long before we know whether that application to be a standalone committee or commission, do we know when we'll hear back?
Chair through the council, we have to have a decision by March 1st.
Councillor Nielsen's asking when we're going to find out whether or not we've been approved or not to be a municipal police committee.
I don't think they give a timeline. We just have to submit it to the province by March 1st and then wait to hear back.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen, the province isn't ready yet either. They've got a provincial police advisory board that they're putting together that hasn't been confirmed either. So while we'll get this in for approval, our timeline is not expected to be March 1st to be up and running.
No, for sure. Thank you very much.
Anything else? We're ready for the question. Those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you. 9.5, monthly city manager report to council and the community.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've switched up the format this month. I was having trouble with iCompass and the formatting, so it's in an attachment. I just want to highlight a couple of things from this past month. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the equipment challenges with snow removal and that sort of delays that we had this year. Obviously, we're hoping not to have those delays because our backup to the backup all broke this year. I think it was the perfect storm, but we don't anticipate that to happen in the future. For community connections, our planning and development department is putting together a formal land use bylaw enforcement and inspection procedures to clarify and ensure that we're consistent with how we manage land use bylaw enforcement. We will bring that back to council for review as well. For training and development, I wanted to highlight that we have planned an all-staff meeting on March 12th, and so most of our facilities will be closed during the morning part of March 12th. We'll be advertising that as well in advance so that everybody knows. For customer service, we did have internal customer service training for all employees, and I think there were just a few missing, but we're still hoping to get everyone done before the end of this month. There have been no customer service complaints since the last period. Did want to highlight under projects that we are really close to having the phone tree settings completed, and that will be a change for our citizens. Change usually sparks conversation, so I'm sure you'll be hearing from those who maybe are not happy, but we are anticipating that it will start to streamline people getting to the right place. And then we do have the preliminary design for both council chambers and the committee room that we'll be bringing back to council as we work through those as well. And then under organizational wins, FCM is reviewing our SEEP application right now, and we expect to hear back on those results and be able to communicate to our community in April to start taking applications on that. And then I just wanted to highlight our very own Cal from Recreation has tied for the highest score in the province for the 2025 Parks and Sports Field Level 1 course. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Go ahead.
Move the City Council receive the City Manager report as information.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Comments, questions?
Just one. It's good to see the recognition for Cal, so congratulations to him.
There's nothing else. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Aye.
We're going to number 10, staffing reports for decision. 10.1, Municipal Energy Manager.
Good morning, Council. This RFD has been presented to you to inform Council of Administration's successful grant application for a Municipal Energy Manager and to request funding for year one costs that are not covered by this grant. In 2024, Administration applied for a grant offered through the Alberta Municipal Climate Change Action Centre, MCCAC is the acronym, to offset the salary of a Municipal Energy Manager for a 2-year period. A grant application was submitted in late 2024, and Administration was notified on January 14th, 2025, that the application was approved. The Municipal Energy Manager will be responsible for developing an energy management plan, implementing energy saving opportunities, and realizing energy savings. Key deliverables for this role include conduct an energy audit on the highest energy consuming municipal building, develop an energy management plan, educate facility managers on best practices, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, lead energy efficient retrofits from start to finish. The MCCAC provides funding for 2 municipalities whose grant applications have been approved for. Year one, 80% of the Municipal Energy Manager salary up to a maximum of $80,000 per year, and up to $20,000 in rebates to support implementation of energy management initiatives. And then in year two, 40% of the Municipal Energy Manager salary up to a maximum of $40,000 per year, and up to $40,000 in rebates to support the implementation of energy management initiatives. From 2019 to 2023, the Action Centre administered round one of the Municipal Energy Manager program. Participating municipalities received funding to supplement an energy manager's salary. During this period, 26 energy managers across the province supported 37 communities, influencing over $2 million in annual energy savings. The roles and responsibilities of the Municipal Energy Manager will play a pivotal role in advancing the City of Wetaskiwin's energy management initiatives, ensuring compliance with the Municipal Energy Manager required minimum deliverables as outlined in the Municipal Energy Manager Guidebook. The following projects and tasks are anticipated. 1, an energy management plan development, conducting a comprehensive baseline assessment of the energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions for all municipal facilities and operations. Establish measurable energy reduction targets aligned with municipal and provincial sustainability goals. Develop a detailed energy management plan, including strategies for reducing energy consumption and transitioning to renewable energy sources where feasible. Energy audits. coordinate and oversee energy audits for all major municipal facilities to identify inefficiencies, cost-saving opportunities, and areas for improvement, prioritize recommendations and create a roadmap for implementing upgrades and improvements based on audit results, project identification and implementation, identify specific energy efficiency projects such as upgrading HVAC systems, optimizing lighting, retrofitting insulation, or integrating renewable energy solutions, i.e. solar panels and geothermal systems. Develop business cases for high priority projects, including cost-benefit analysis and funding opportunities. Oversee project implementation and ensure alignment with best practices in energy efficiency and environmental sustainability. Training and capacity building. Educate municipal personnel and stakeholders on energy conservation best practices to build organizational capacity and awareness. Provide training sessions and create user-friendly resources to support the operationalization of energy-saving measures. Monitoring and reporting. Develop and implement processes for monitoring energy consumption and savings across all municipal operations. Prepare detailed progress reports that outline the city's achievements against the targets set in the Energy Management Plan, ensuring transparency and accountability. And finally, 6, engagement and collaboration, working collaboratively with other departments, community stakeholders, and provincial agencies to align energy management activities with broader municipal and provincial sustainability initiatives, and explore partnerships and funding opportunities to maximize resources and impact. By focusing on these key activities, the Municipal Energy Manager will help the City of Wetaskiwin achieve significant energy reductions, lower operational costs, and enhance environmental performance while positioning the municipality as a leader in sustainability. The compensation costs, as the MCCAC grant does not cover all compensation costs for the Municipal Energy Manager, administration is seeking council approval for the following funding. In year 1, $36,200. The administration is recommending funding to come from the stabilization reserve. And in year 2, an operating business case will be presented to council as part of the 2026 budget. While the total financial impact to the city for compensation related costs will be $116,200 over 2 years, administration is seeking council approval for just year 1 funding at this time. In addition to the Municipal Energy Manager program incentives, the city has identified 2 reserve funds that can be allocated toward implementing projects during the term of this agreement. These reserves cannot be used for the compensation offset. There's an Energy Saving Opportunities Reserve, a dedicated reserve with a balance of $31,700 specifically set aside to fund projects aimed at improving energy efficiency and reducing operational costs, and a Facilities Assessment Project Reserve, which is a broader reserve with $450,000 available for energy-related projects, representing approximately 25% of the remaining balance in this fund. This reserve is intended to support facility upgrades and strategic investments that align with the city's energy management goals. Administration recommends that council approve funding. Alternatively, council could choose to decline participating in the Municipal Energy Manager program and decline the grant funding. And I'm ready to answer any questions.
Go ahead, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move that council approve funding in the amount of $36,200 from the stabilization reserve toward compensation costs for the Municipal Energy Manager role in 2025.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any discussion?
I would just like to say, Mr. Mayor, that I've been requesting this for a few years now from the city manager, and I think if we can reduce our carbon footprint and we still have the capacity to save money, that this is a good deal. And my only question is to administration, to whom will this individual report?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, we feel that it's a good fit within our Fleet and Facilities Department.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, cost savings on energy as well as costs through the MCCAC for wages for the first couple of years is fantastic. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, when does this position, or when does the grant need to be, when does the position have to be filled to qualify for the grant?
Through the chair to council, to receive the full 2-year funding, the position needs to be filled by the end of March.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, I've got a couple of questions here. The individual that would be hired for this position would be responsible for overseeing all the various testing or reporting or whatever. So I'm assuming they would be contracting experts in the field to engage in much of this work. So they're overseeing it. They are not actually doing the investigation, so to speak.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, it depends on the person that we get. I've seen a couple of other communities put recent job postings out, and it looks like they're expecting the person to be the expert in the area. So it really depends on who we get.
Okay. And then the reserve, the facilities reserve, a number of years ago, we had a major facilities report done on infrastructure within the city, and it came up with a number of recommendations related to our facilities. And is this the budget that was intended to address those facilities and that report?
I'm not sure what you mean by, is this the budget?
Well, the facilities reserve of $450,000.
Oh, yes.
Is that the
Yep, it
that's
is.
the reserve that is the reserve we drew on a couple of years ago when we had some major infrastructure work done, correct?
Correct.
And how does that reserve get replenished?
I do not have the policy in front of me. I would have to take that as a information request.
Okay, thank you. And do you recall, Sue, in that rather substantial report we got on our infrastructure, what percentage, or were there recommendations in that document relative to energy and energy savings, or was it more structural, electrical, plumbing?
It was primarily the latter, although there was a thermal imaging done, so we could see where some areas were missing insulation and that sort of thing, but not a full-on energy audit.
Right. And since we spent money a couple of years ago in that budget to address some of the issues in that particular report, we have not gone back to cross-reference recommendations that needed to be looked after, because a lot of the recommendations said within 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, these things needed to be addressed. Have we gone back and done that sort of cross comparison?
We have. We've had some turnover in that position, so the new manager coming in has had to kind of restart some of that and confirm. So they're cleaning up a bunch of the old projects, and then for the 2026 budget, we'll be putting in the next round of recommendations from that report.
So while I support the energy manager in principle, I guess I'm concerned that we've got a very old, outstanding infrastructure document telling us the kinds of things we needed to look after in our facilities. And now, while we haven't addressed all of those things, we're adding a new plan through this energy manager position, and potentially at the risk of not addressing those things in that old facilities report. How would you respond to that?
I don't think that one has anything to do with the other. I think that they would come forward. Any work that needs to be done on energy retrofits would be contracted out and could come through even capital funding through some of our grant programs. Doesn't necessarily have to come from facilities. There's still a number of items in that report that the facilities employees can do themselves versus contracting it out. So I don't know that one would take away from the other.
Okay. And my last question, Sue, would be in relation to that major report that was done. Would there be an emphasis or a priority given to projects that might have been identified in that major infrastructure report and this energy position? In other words, I guess I'm trying to tackle both ends.
Right. I think we would look at the cost benefit analysis and see, like, again, I don't think we have to choose one or the other. I think the high priority items that were listed in those, in the report, we've identified the must do emergent needs. But the energy savings is going to save money for the municipality. So they really have different purposes, and I don't see them competing.
Okay, and then my last question, I need clarification here. In year one, they talked about up to $20,000 in rebates, and in year two, up to $40,000 in rebates. When we talk about rebates, what specifically is that addressing?
Through the chair to council, the information from the municipal government or the MCCA did not specify which rebate or what rebates or what they were specified for, just that we would be eligible for them. So we'll need to do a little more research and we can bring that back to you.
Sorry, I may have misled you with the way I asked the question. I guess, in that process, are they saying that if we implement a project, let's say it costs $100,000 in year one, they would rebate us back up to $20,000? Or do the rebates mean something different than that?
Through the chair to council, without having exact information on specifically what the rebates are for, we would need to come back to you with more specific information to answer that question.
To me, that's a pretty important piece. If we're going to be spending the money to hire a manager, do the work, and then we implement projects, I'm assuming we either pay for it all out of our own pocket, or we might be eligible for some kind of rebates somehow, some way. Sorry if that sounds a little vague, but is that how I'm reading the response?
Through the chair to council, the work that the municipal energy manager would be performing in relation to energy enhancing projects, in order to apply for this grant, we had to show that we had reserve funding in place to manage costs involved. In return, there will be rebates available. However, they may be specific to certain types of energy projects versus other types. So if we were to embark on a major project in 2025 that is eligible for rebates in year one of up to 20%, then we would apply for those rebates and receive them. If our project was in a different area of energy efficiencies and wasn't compliant with those rebates, this is where I'm unsure about, and that's why I'm hedging on my answers a little bit with you, then we may not see that. We need to get more information to understand what those rebates are exactly. And that wasn't available to us at the time that we applied.
Thank you.
Okay.
That covers you, Councillor Nielsen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. I'll be voting no on this motion for the simple reason, one, I believe we have qualified people in our administration to handle this. If we need to get, I'm sure our engineering department or the staff, qualified people we have, can just phone some kind of energy company to come and inspect all of our assets. Because if we're going to get grants of 100,000 and spend $1 million, it doesn't seem right. We're hiring somebody who's going to hire somebody to tell us basically what we need, and we're going to get 25%. But in the meantime, let's say we got to replace all the windows at City Hall. So we're paying somebody, it could cost 500,000, and we're going to get, say, 100,000 back in grants. It doesn't seem feasible for us to spend so much money to update, and we got to pay extra money, raise taxes to get that source of income. I just don't see how we spend that kind of money when we can hire a professional to come and tell us what we do. Then we decide, do we need this? How much money are we going to save? Because let's face it, it's not working. To spend $1 million to get grants of 200,000, it doesn't seems ludicrous. So I'm going to be voting against this. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councillor Bronco that we do have qualified staff, but we don't have the expertise in this area. In the remarks that were shared with us, the communities that got involved in this program saved over $2 million. And that's what we're looking for, is a savings in our energy expenditure in the city of Wetaskiwin. So I see this being an asset, and plus we're getting 80% of it paid for in the first year to have this person, rather than contracting it out. Thank you.
Councillor Bronco, go ahead.
Thank you. To my colleague there, you said communities. How many communities, if you divide that by $2 million, was it $100,000 a community? Because we're going to spend that much money just to hire somebody and not do anything. We haven't saved anything yet. All we're going to do is hire professionals. Why can't we phone a consulting firm? We always seem to get a lot of consulting firms to do the job for us, to tell us what our roads are done, are bad, our sewer systems are gone, our electrical. Why can't we hire a professional firm or a consultant to tell us exactly what's the matter with our buildings, and then decide if we want to fix that or not? Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Boy, through the chair to administration. So, I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of a way to phrase this. So, if we apply for this grant, can we opt out of it at the end of year one, or are we into it for a 2 or more year project?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we could opt out, but if we did, we wouldn't qualify for the grants at the end.
No, but I'm saying if we, no, I think we're on the same page. If we applied for and received year one funding for the position, and then we found out through the research that we're up against a multi-million-dollar proposal, and we find out our rebates are not worth it, we can pull out then.
Yes, we could.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I guess the council, I do have some concerns. One, being able to fill this position by March, but also in a little bit of the homework, in the sense that there was a blanket statement of the 20,000 in year one and 40,000, but we're not sure whether or not we qualify for that. What happens come April the 1st when this position indeed, if this position is filled, where do they start? And I'm not sure with the answer that I received about the $20,000 and the $40,000 that I feel that there is enough of a roadmap to move forward on this.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Further to Councillor Bronco, we could hire a consultant, but we would get no grant funding for a consultant. So if we hire somebody, we're going to get $80,000 towards this project. This individual will also be accessible to all of our city staff, not just working on a particular project. I think that we have an opportunity here to save the city some money, and we're always looking at trying to reduce taxes. Now we have the opportunity to get $80,000 in grant funding, and we're going to say no to it. I don't want to use the word ludicrous, but I will. Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. Councillor Elliott indicated that there were a number of communities who have been in this program and have realized some significant cost savings. So I'm assuming this is not a new program. And so it comes up from time to time, if not yearly. I'll turn that into a question. Do we know how often this program is made available to communities?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, they've been doing this since, I think, 2019, and likely will continue to offer it.
So in keeping with Councillor Billingsley's comments about some of the information, not having all of the information that perhaps council would like at this time, not supporting this does not boy, I'm sounding like Mayor Gandam here first next morning. Would not necessarily restrict us from applying a year from now as we get more information then.
That is correct.
Thank you very much.
So I think the question for council is whether or not moving forward we want energy audits done with the highest energy consuming municipal building, develop energy management plans, educate facility managers on best practices, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and lead energy efficient retrofits from start to finish. So council has given our administration a directive to find cost savings, especially in energy. We are in a building, very old building, that is run through geothermal, which has extremely high energy costs. So of all the things that we're looking for from our administration to cost save us moving forward, they find us a grant for somebody who can come in and do that, that also gets backed by another grant through MCCAC to help with that. So I think whether or not you agree with the position or what they're going to be doing, it's again whether or not council wants to move forward on cost savings for energy and become greener. Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Defeated. Item 11.1, Council Committee Reports and Attendance.
I move that City Council accepts the Council Committee Report and attendance as information.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Anything you'd like to highlight?
No, thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. I did attend the Emerging Trends seminar from Brownlee LLP, and there were a lot of very interesting and informative facts that came out, which I shared with council, and I really would appreciate their reading them because they are important to how we function as a city. Community Safety Well-Being Committee, being led by Inspector Trans, is going to set regular meeting dates now, so we'll be meeting once a month. And regarding the Canadian Centre for Safety Communities, I attended their workshop on Friday, and they have put together an equitable energy management toolkit, which again will help our community be safer. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. A couple of meetings with ministers in the last few months. I've been able to work with the Minister of Safety, Public Safety, certainly with our request to extend the funding for the 4 MPSA RCMP members that we have. We'll be submitting a request to him very shortly, and then the meeting with Minister LaGrange on what's happening in terms of a assessment review of our facilities, so our hospital, and their change from zones to, I can't remember what you called it. They're going to start changing who aligns with who in terms of hospitals to try to figure out what the best use of space and resources are. So we might see some changes in the level of service in our hospital, depending on what the rest of the region has. So with that, I will call the question. Those in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you. Let's take a 12-minute break.
Hello? Oh. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Code of Conduct for Council Members Bylaw has been brought to Committee of the Whole a couple of times, and Council has weighed in. The final changes from the last meeting were mostly grammatical. The section for gifts, I did put in an amount of 500. I know there was a lot of discussion back and forth, and there was not a number landed on, so that's what I've put in. In number 3, added the section for gifts and reporting to council. The last part of that should just say that the limits were changed, not removed. And then just some wording stuff in number 4 in section 18.16. And then the section 20.4, where it had a wrong reference, was corrected. We are looking for all 3 readings of this bylaw, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Move that City Council approve first reading of Bylaw 2077-24.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, you said that you added back the $500 under 16, and it looks like it's under 16.1. Was it not the intent to have it all? You made the amendment at the last meeting to change it to all gifts. Was that not correct?
I'm not sure I'm following. All gifts.
Well, now it says appropriate public functions involve the amount of over $500. Did we not change that to all gifts had to be?
Yeah, it says shall not accept gifts over $500.
Okay, but you said you added it back in your, is that correct?
Before it said that there was no limit on it, so they added in a limit to it.
Okay, fair enough, thank
Yeah.
you.
What I didn't like was that there was no limit to a gift, so somebody could bring me a car.
Sure, okay, then this,
But right now, they can bring me a $495 car.
see what we can find you.
Anything online? Okay, first reading, ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Nielsen, I haven't seen a vote for you for or against.
I'm sorry. Yeah, aye.
For or against?
4.
Thank you.
I move that City Council approve second reading of Bylaw 2077-24.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. Under item number 27, notice of motion. 27.1. 2 weeks prior or by making a verbal agreement during council attendance report section. Is that where we want to put notices of motion, into that section?
Councillor Nielsen, I think you're on the wrong bylaw. This is the Code of Conduct.
Sorry, you're right, I am. My apologies.
Anything further on second reading? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Is that a for or against, Councillor Nielsen?
It is against.
Okay, those against? Thank you.
I move that City Council give unanimous consent to move to third and final reading of Bylaw 2077-24.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. This is for unanimous consent to move to third and final reading. Those in favor?
No. No, I had my hand up, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. I will vote in support of unanimous consent. However, I feel strongly, and so I feel it necessary to share my opinion. I find this particular bylaw unsettling, and I think it has the potential, if not has already created the situation of an organization that has certain levels of distrust embedded in it. And I wanted to share that. I will not hold up the proceedings by voting against it, but I felt I needed to share my sentiment with that. Thank you.
Okay, so we're looking for unanimous consent to move to third and final reading. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we'll bring this back at the next council meeting. Looking for a motion to go into closed session, please. Sorry, Sue, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, can you do the ask the attendees that they are alone in the room and that no one else, and if someone does come in the room, that they can ensure they let you know, and we need that recorded.
Yep. Okay, so going into closed session will require your camera on, in the room alone, and if somebody else comes into the room, you got to let us know so that we can pause the closed session meeting. So I'm looking for a motion to go into closed session, please.
So moved.
Councillor Billingsley, those in favor? Good afternoon and welcome back. I need a motion to come out of closed session, please.
So moved.
Councillor Billingsley, those in favor? Carried unanimously. We do have a report from the auditors, so looking for a motion to go into closed session under Section 24, advice from officials, and then we'll conclude this afternoon here with the report from the auditors once we come back from lunch. So looking for a motion to go into closed session under Section 24. Councillor Elliott, those in favor? Carried. Perfect, thank you. Welcome back. Looking for a motion to come out of closed session. Councillor Elliott, those in favor? Carried, thank you. We will move on with our audited report, audited financials report. Thanks for your patience.
Through the chair, we need a motion to lift from the table.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Those in favor? Carried, thank you. I think the mic's on.
Okay. All right, now I'm in business. Let me go up. Oh, there we go. All right, well, thanks for having me here today to go over the city's 2024 audit plan. So really the purpose of this report is really to promote two-way communication between ourselves as the auditors and yourselves as councillors. The services to be provided to the city, we'll be preparing an audit of the city's consolidated financial statements, the financial information return, as well as a review of the FCSS program for the city here. We have our audited fees noted on the executive summary, as well as a new item there in relation to the asset retirement obligation, which the city will be implementing this year as well. On page 4 of our report outlines our engagement team, so myself, Danny, as well as Nachia, who are responsible for the services that our firm provides to the city. On page 6 of our report outlines responsibilities here. So our responsibility as the auditor, which is to obtain assurance that the financial statements are free from material misstatement, as well as that the city's financial statements present in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. When it comes to responsibility of management, those charged with governance, just to note that those charged with governance, council is responsible for overseeing the city's financial reporting process. On the next page of the report, we talk about materiality. So materiality is used really as auditors as a benchmark for a level of assurance. So when we say we're given reasonable assurance, we're saying that the financial statements are free from a material misstatement. So in our case here, we use 4% of your operating expenses here, so about 1.3 million based on prior year. We then assess a performance materiality of 75%, and that benchmark is kind of where we're saying if we have noted errors in relation to over that we would be in discussions with management for changes before issuing our report or be issuing a qualified opinion at that time. So again, users of these financial statements, yourselves as councillors, the government of Alberta, so individuals or organizations with a vested interest. When it comes to reasonable assurance, these are the kind of benchmarks that we're using. Yep. Okay, on the next page here, plan scope, so the page you have it on there. This is where we outline areas of focus for us as auditors, so areas where may be indicative to error or misstatement. So main area of focus is really management override of control. So management's in a unique position to potentially perpetrate or manipulate the financial statements, whether due to fraud or error. So here we use data analytic tools that identify journal entries or manual entries that are posted that have key characteristics. So journal entries such as something, say, was posted at midnight on Saturday, journal entries that have other indications that potentially could be leading to error or change. So then we test those. So we don't just test journal entries of a large amount. We're testing ones that potentially could be indicative of some sort of error. So it could be posted by someone that normally wouldn't post an entry or something like that. So those are the ones that our programs are picking up for us to be looking at when it comes to stuff like that. When it comes to other areas of focus, revenue recognition is a key one here. So we want to make sure revenue is being recognized when services have been rendered here or obligations have been met. So we spend a lot of time going over grant agreements, going over your process and procedures, as well as what the funds were spent on, whether it was capital in nature or operating. Other areas of focus, if you want to skip to page 11, tangible capital assets is a big one here. So we want to make sure that your assets, are being recorded in accordance with the accounting framework. So sometimes there's items that are expensed that should be capitalized, items that are capitalized that maybe need to be expensed. Is your amortization expense correct? Gain, loss? Do you have any impairment on any assets that potentially should be written off? So a lot of work is done in that area. And also receivables. So we want to make sure that receivables are being deemed to be collectible. You don't have receivables there that are outstanding and, there's, I guess, no indication of potential collection there. So those are kind of key areas of focus for us when it comes to the audit. So when we issue our audit findings report at the end, we'll go over these areas and see if there's any findings or not when it comes to those sections. Requests of those charged with governance. So just in performing our work here, if you're aware of any potentially alleged or suspected fraud, that to please let us know. My information is also on the website. If you don't want to, have a discussion about anything now in a public meeting. When it comes to timeline here, so we're planning to begin our audit here in early May, and then hopefully meet in the end of June here at your council meeting then to sign off on the audited financial statements. On the next page here, just indication of client preparedness and engagement commencement. So just kind of outlining that we want to make sure that we have everything that we've requested or needed in order to complete our work when it comes to the start of the audit that's been scheduled. The next page here is our appendix. So when it comes to Appendix 1, we're just outlining here our engagement letter, management representation letter, as well as other communications. So this here is just, again, our initial audit planning. We'll then provide our audit findings report, which will be indicating all the areas of focus and our conclusions there, as well as any other significant qualitative aspects of our report. If you go to page, after Appendix 1 here, if you actually go to Appendix 2, which I think is on page 25, or Appendix 3, on page 25, is our new and revised accounting standards. Appendix 2 was supposed to just be our engagement letter. That's why there's all those pages in there. Appendix 3, new and revised accounting standards. So there's a new accounting standard this year for public sector, accounting standard 3400 for revenue recognition. So here we potentially could see some change in how some revenues are being recognized within the city's financial statements. So how this will impact you, we're expecting management to do a review of other areas of revenue outside of government grants, taxes, to see if there is any change there potentially with the revenue recognition policies. On the next page here, there's other ones in relation to public-private partnerships. So if the city is ever involved in those, there's just been changes to the accounting outlook of that. Of intangible assets, those two we don't expect to impact the city's financial statements at all, as you are not involved in those or have any intangible assets. And then the last page of the findings report here is future accounting standard procurements on page 31. Here we outline two changes that are coming for December 31, 2027. Which outlined a change in your financial statement presentation. So currently, the way your statement of financial position looks is you have your financial assets less your liabilities equal your net financial assets, followed by your non-financial assets. What will change is your financial assets will still be at the top. Your non-financial assets will actually go below those to give you a total assets. You'll then have financial liabilities, non-financial liabilities, and then net assets. Those items will in turn equal to your total assets. So you'll see traditionally a balance sheet approach there where your assets will equal your liabilities and net assets. So a change on how the statement of financial position is presented. You'll also have a statement of financial assets, so financial assets less financial liabilities. Statement of cash flows, operations, and then a statement of net assets or accumulated surplus, which will show your traditional schedules with your reserves, unrestricted net assets, and as well as remeasurement gain losses. So again, that's kind of a change in a few years where your financial statement presentation will change maybe back to, I think, maybe where it was before it changed to the current one with the traditional balance sheet approach there. So That is it for our audit planning report. I guess if anybody has any questions, I can take those.
Move that City Council accepts the audit planning report as information.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. You made reference to new regulations on revenue recognition. And because it's a new approach or whatever, if there were issues that identified through the audit regarding revenue recognition, would that come out as audit recommendations, or could it impact a qualified audit?
Yeah, so when we are assessing management's work over public sector accounting standard 3400, potentially if we find, I guess, issues in that area that we would discuss with management to rectify that so that it is in line with the accounting standards. If there was disagreement there, potentially on the size of the amount, that could result in a qualification. I wouldn't expect it to. I don't. Traditionally you have, tax revenue grants, utility services, those are all not within the scope of this section. It's really, permits, licenses, stuff of that nature. It's those other items that don't have a revenue recognition or don't already have a section within public sector framework. So I'm not expecting there to be any, issues with the city.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Anything else? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Yes. Yeah, look forward to seeing you guys in the spring. So.
Okay, we are going to break for lunch. We will reconvene at 1. All right, welcome back from lunch. We are going into new business, and I would like to add 15.2. I had earlier said it was 15A or 15.1. I'm not seeing the Community Peace Officers Alignment, Unified Command on there, so 15.2 I would like to add as Wetaskiwin Minor Football. Changing the agenda, not looking for approval, we've already done that. And Councillor Nielsen, did you have something?
No, I will withdraw what was going to be there.
Okay. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I'd like to add from lifting from the table, sorry, that's not true. Under new business, motion 39/25, the EDO program. And then as well, the lifting of from the table item.
Okay, so looking for approval of 15.3, lifting from the table 39.25 earned days off. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. So first one up is 15.1, Community Peace Officer Alignment, Unified Command.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A letter was sent to council from the provincial government requesting that all municipalities allow the community peace officers to work with the RCMP to address the fentanyl trafficking and social issues. In Wetaskiwin, the CPOs are housed with the RCMP in the RCMP building and are aligned in service delivery. While they're currently not on the same radio frequency, this will soon change, and we do have cell phone numbers for the key RCMP members that we need to be in contact with. We currently only have one CPO member with 2 incoming, just waiting for appointments. Administration does not believe that this request will be onerous to achieve, but it will affect the existing levels of service. While the province did indicate the project would be temporary, they did not specify a timeline, and we are just looking for feedback from council on whether or not they want to send a letter of support to the province for this request. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
And just in addition to that, I had requested a meeting with the Minister of Public Safety to clarify on what they were looking for. And ultimately, the change in command, or not the change in command, the unified command is looking more at communication and the communication abilities. We, as in the city, still have the CPOs as our employees. They are just going to be working more closely with the RCMP. And in the event that RCMP are placed someplace else in terms of border security or anything else like that, there would be talk of enhanced powers for the CPOs to kind of cover off what the RCMP were doing before. So I've had the opportunity to speak with both the Minister of Public Safety as well as RCMP out of K Division. And as Sue had mentioned, we're already working underneath the RCMP out of their detachment. Not much would change by supporting this letter. And the province is looking for the Team Canada approach in terms of the potential of tariffs and everything else that goes along with it. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd move that council approve the temporary participation in the requested service level change requested by the province. And I'd just like to ask a question of administration related to this. Our peace officers will still be enforcing bylaws in the city, even though they're working out of the RCMP detachment. Will their priority be RCMP, or will it be city bylaw, or a combination thereof?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, yes, they will still be working. We will likely have to shift bylaw stuff just to the bylaw officers and free up the time for the community peace officer to work with the RCMP on the bigger issues. The RCMP are probably going to be the ones doing the drug trafficking and social issues, where our CPOs could then pick up the slack of things that they may be responding to that they're more qualified to deal with. So there was some discussion of the province potentially looking at funding overtime through the federal government. So we don't know exactly what that looks like right now or what the expectation is, but I would anticipate that there would be some shift from what we do normally to try and pick up the slack for the RCMP.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Sue. Sue, you mentioned that the current bylaw folks are not on the same frequency or radio equipment or whatever. But you also mentioned that will be changing soon. Can you give me some insight as to, is it equipment that needs to align, or is it RCMP protocol that we can't be on their channels, or why aren't we able to communicate directly with the RCMP?
Through the chair to council, it's mainly due to equipment issues. We have to have equipment that's compatible with the RCMP. Other communities already have some of that, not all of them, but so some communities already have it, so we will too in the near future.
Thank you, Kevin. When you say in the near future, are we talking about that being a special request of council? Or are we talking about that being a budget issue a year from now?
Through the chair to council, right now our focus has been on getting the 2 new CPOs up and running and getting appointments for them so they can move forward. So once that's done, then we can start focusing on some of these other issues. So,
and do we have any idea what the cost of this equipment would be to align with the RCMP?
Through the chair to council, I don't think it will cost that much. It's just a matter of going through the process and applying for the applications to get that approved.
The city already purchased the AFRAX radios.
So it's just a matter of, so the city just needs to make application to get on the same system then?
Correct. It would be, as with anything that you're working with other levels of government, with the federal government, it takes some time. So as we applied today, it would be a number of months before we would have that approval.
And you're anticipating application when then, Kevin?
Through the chair to council, likely within the next month or so, we would put forward an application, and then it would be a few months after that before it came through.
Thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Excuse me. Thank you, Tyler. Through Sue. Sue, if I know we were sharing this and we're being a good Samaritan and helping the federal government, well, what if this, is there a plan on a budget, how much we spend to have our officers help the RCMP? Do we have a, let's say it exceeds so many thousands of dollars, are we getting reimbursed, or are we just right now helping out to be part of the Canadian team, I guess?
Just to be clear though, Councillor Bronco, this is a request from the provincial government, not the federal government.
Okay, so is there a limit on expense we do, or do we get reimbursed if it exceeds a certain amount of time? Like we don't have $100,000 to spend on this without budgeting. So I'm just wondering, is it just a temporary thing, or are we going to get reimbursed in the future for this?
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco, they have not committed funds, but they have committed to endeavor to approach the federal government to receive funds to help offset the overtime costs. And that's all we know right now about any potential funding that might come.
And it's part of the motion, Councillor Bronco, that it's a temporary participation.
Thank you.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 15.2, Wetaskiwin Minor football. So I asked to have this brought back after hearing from Mr. Fuller this morning. He thought there was between $1,300 and $1,400 in an overdue account. Since the Wetaskiwin Minor Football Association has folded, I would be looking for some clarity from administration on how we could waive those fees, if we could waive those fees, I don't think it's fair to go back to the community and ask for money for something that isn't taking part. And I certainly wouldn't want to see somebody personally responsible for those fees incurred on an association that is no longer.
Through the chair to council, we would just need a motion of council allowing us to waive those fees, and we could go back and do that.
Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. I guess we probably need a motion. Move to direct administration. Are we fully subscribed in the community grants monies?
Through the chair to councilor Billingsley, I do not know that for sure.
And the only reason I didn't suggest that they go back and apply for a grant is it would be applying for a grant for something that doesn't exist anymore.
No, I'm just looking to
Where the funds would come from?
yes, it's an internal transfer,
Yeah.
right? So in other words, you take the $1,700 out of the community grants. I mean, nobody applies for anything, and you just move it over into that debt.
It was likely just revenue that won't be realized.
Right.
So,
But it's it's unrealized revenue. I mean, you basically would not be spending the dollars from the grant, and it just goes into there, because we've already on the books have the revenue coming in, but we don't have the, but it's going to be essentially turned into bad debt.
exactly, because it's a last year invoice, we
Right.
would just need council to give us a motion and we could write it off. The total amount is $1402.25.
I move to direct administration to cancel the debt to the Wetaskiwin Minor Football Club in the amount of $1,402. It's like you read my mind. $1,402.25, please.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. I would just like to say they've been a great corporate citizen and great ambassadors for the community for 20 plus years. And it's sad to see they have to terminate the program, but I think this is the least we can do to say thank you for 20 great years of providing opportunities for many of our youth. Thank you.
Anything else? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 15.3, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we lift from the table 3825. I've got, is it 30? To lift from the table was 3825. That's okay. Which is the work from home directive on motion 3725. Clarification. Does that automatically mean then discussion happens, or does another item have to come under new business when it's lifted from the table? Do we then immediately discuss this?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Sue.
Thank you. Just to clarify with Councillor Billingsley, you have to vote to first lift it from the
Oh,
table.
I'm sorry.
Then,
Yep.
yeah, then you can discuss the original motion.
Okay. We're ready for the question. Lifting from the table, agenda item 38-25, working from home. Those in favor? Opposed? I didn't see which way you voted, Councillor Bronco.
First one,
Thank you.
in favor.
Jess, can you put the original motion up on the screen?
Yep, go ahead.
Would I need, because,
To make an amendment?
yeah,
Yeah.
so I make an amendment first? Okay, thank you. Directs the CAO to, directs, that city council directs the CAO to end the work from home directive. So I move that City Council directs the CAO to end the work from home directive,
Effective when?
effective June 30th, 2025. Oh, not, yes, thank you.
Okay, you want to speak to that?
Yes. I know this is going to be a very difficult thing for our staff. Thank you. A very difficult thing for our staff going forward, with some being very, not very happy with this, and I can understand that. Having said that, I also believe that there are some within the organization that will be okay with it or don't have the option to be able to do this, with the intention of building morale within the organization and building a team, I guess. And I think that it's important that we all work together. So that's it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Councillor Nielsen. You're muted.
Thank you. Yeah, got it. I want to be clear, and so through the chair to Sue, when Councillor Billingsley talks about the work from home directive, if this is to pass, what does that mean? Because a lot of times we've been talking about this thing called return to office, RTO, which is in the social media world and all the rest of it. And now we're being asked to end the directive from work from home. Are we simply using this two terms for the same outcome?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, directives are just orders that the CAO gives to the organization, or programs and parameters around. This one happens to be the work from home, so it's essentially the same thing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify through to Sue, Sue, this is not in the contract of the individuals who are working from home at this point in time. It's not written in their contract.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, that's a tough one to answer. It's a directive, so we have the right to change them. contracts can be written and unwritten. So I would argue that this has been an attraction tool, so it is part of contracts, yes.
Okay, thank you. Secondly, Mr. Mayor, I really feel strongly that face-to-face contact on a daily basis with staff generates just more of a feeling of camaraderie. Plus, I think it generates more ideas when you can bounce ideas off each other and do a little bit of brainstorming and things in the moment, as opposed to having to write a text or do an email or pick up the phone. So I feel this would be a positive thing for our staff, although, as Councillor Billingsley said, they may not think so. Thank you.
So we've talked about this for a couple of years, and one of the priorities that council gave to the CAO was to improve culture and attract good staff, build morale, and work on the attraction and retention of the employees here for the organization. The city pays at the 50th percentile, so it's not like we're paying people big money to come and work here. Some of the some of the benefits of working for the city of Wetaskiwin included working from home or earned days off. And I think if we're taking tools away from the CAO to build a strong team, we're going to see a decline in the morale, we're going to see a decline in the culture, and I also think making changes to the staff work arrangements isn't governance, and that's council's responsibility, and I firmly believe this is getting into the weeds and dealing with day-to-day operations, so I will not support this. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be supporting this motion. I believe the intent when we had COVID was to allow people for their own personal health and safety to work from home, to avoid the potential of them becoming ill by working in a large group setting. I believe at that time, and I supported it at that time for that very reason. I like to hope that the issue related to COVID is behind us and not in front of us. And I think what's happened is that the number of people that have had the opportunity to work from home have found it very beneficial for their work-life balance and all the rest of it. But having said that, the reason for it in the first place was to make sure they are healthy and not being subjected to becoming ill as a result of COVID. And the fact that that now has for the most part ended, I think it's time for people to return to the office to work. And like Councillor Elliott, I think organizational culture is important. I know our city administration has worked very hard over the years to break down silos where departments or individuals were working very much on their own. And I think we made great strides there. And I think this is a way to come back and rebuild the organization and rebuild the culture. Thank you.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a supplementary question to Sue. Sue, how many people are working from home right now? Or how many people do we have working from home on staff?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, you mean like right now? Or have the ability to work from home?
Okay, have the ability to work from home.
I believe we've got around 30 people signed up on the program, but not all of them actively work from home.
And how many do we have actually doing that right now?
I don't know how many are there today.
Are there 10 or are there... I don't mean today, exactly today. I just mean how many it's part of their working schedule to be working from home.
Yeah, we've got 5 that actively meet the directive, and everyone else is well under that. They only do it if they're sick or, there's a reason that they can't make it to the office. So there's only 5 that actively meet the directive, which is 3 days a week.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And I had no way of thinking of this question until Councillor Elliott asked that. And you responded with, sometimes they work from home when they're sick. How many times do you think an employee still works when they're sick, but wouldn't come into the office and we would actually lose that day from that employee?
Through the chair to council, we started to run those numbers. I don't know that we actually managed. We started to compare back to 2019 pre-COVID. And back when sick time was being abused, we suspect with the amount of times, I don't have the number in front of me, but we do know that sick time is going to increase because we have been able to use, I can give you 5 hours today or 3 hours today. I'm so sick I can't leave, but we're going to lose that productivity time. So we will monitor and have that discussion with council because we're certain that sick time and vacation time is going to be go up.
Yeah, and I can appreciate the initial use of the working from home was through the pandemic, but I think as an organization grows and they can find better ways to do things, that they are able to then move forward on initiatives that were taken regardless of what the environment is at the time. And the pandemic, I learned lots of stuff that I'm able to do moving forward, and I'm not stopping doing it just because the pandemic's over. Anything further? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Was there anything else from administration?
Mr. Mayor, I had adding the EDO program.
Okay.
Having said that, I would like to pull it for now. Thank you.
So, pardon me.
Yep, go ahead.
So what, on the EDO, was there a motion on the floor or not?
Nope.
No,
That was
there's
just
nothing there.
the work from home. The other one had been tabled as well.
No, the other one was to investigate legal counsel.
Oh, sorry, you're
So
right.
then from there, a motion could or could not come forward.
Right. That was my confusion earlier, talking about being lifted from the table or it being tabled for, or getting legal advice. Okay.
So then, for clarity, is it tabled or is it a non-entity because we have legal advice or?
It's nothing right now because we
Okay.
received the legal advice. So then it would
Right.
be up to council to bring it back on to new business.
If they chose to do so.
Correct.
Right you are. Thank you so much.
Yep. I've got a notice of motion for administration. I'll be working with them on something similar to the non-residential tax holiday, where we might be able to implement something for a tax holiday on residential development. So I'll work with administration on that, and not that it's within the next month or two that I'll bring it back for consideration. On that, do we know when we would see a policy back on the $10,000 incentive to build?
Through the chair to council, we have that scheduled to come back in April.
Perfect. Then I might tie this with that then. I'll work with administration on that. Okay. Adjourned at 14:09. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, P&T. Do you have a link for the two